Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. I'd like to call the May 30th, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. The first order of business is updating any of the approvals or changes to the agenda. I'm just looking forward if there's any changes to the agenda. Not seeing any. If I can get a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Fote.
I make the motion that we approve the agenda of the May 30th meeting at 9:02 a.m.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving on to the first item, which is item C, pages 3 to 19, which is the approval of previous minutes. First item is the May 2nd, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. Councillor, are there any comments in relation to those minutes? If I can get a motion, to approve the minutes as presented. Councillor Funk.
Make a motion that we approve the regular meeting of council on 2nd of May 2023.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to our next item is the minutes that are May 16th, 2023. Regular council meeting minutes on pages 20 to 34 of your package. Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to those minutes? Fantastic. If I can get a motion to proceed with the minutes as presented. Councillor Funk.
Make a motion that we accept the regular council meeting minutes of May 16th, 2023.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now moving on to our next order of business is we actually have some proclamations that we're going to be bringing forward on pages 35 of your package this morning. Our first one is the proclamation of Chestermere Senior Week, which is between June 5th and June 11th. Whereas the City of Chestermere recognizes the invaluable contributions and significant achievements of our esteemed senior citizens. Seniors Week provides an opportunity to celebrate the remarkable accomplishments, resilience, and vitality of our cherished senior residents. Seniors Week presents an occasion for the community to come together in appreciation, gratitude, and recognition of the senior members who have contributed to the growth, progress, and harmony of our city. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jeff Colvin of the City of Chestermere, do hereby designate the week of June 5th to the 11th, 2023 as Seniors Week in the City of Chestermere and give thanks and recognition to all older adults and senior citizens who have enhanced our community so greatly throughout their lives. Thank you. The City of Chestermere is committed to ensuring the city is a place where you are recognized and welcomed in all aspects of your life. Dated this 30th day of May 2023. If I can get someone to read the motion into the record. Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council proclaim June 5th through the 11th, 2023 as Seniors Week and sign the proclamation form.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is the Pride Month proclamation for June 2023. Whereas every year, cities all around the world celebrate the diversity that strengthens their community. Chestermere is a welcoming, diverse, and inclusive community that is pleased to celebrate and support the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, two-spirit, intersex, asexual, pansexual, polysexual, and other identities. And Pride Month brings visibility to the city's 2S LGBTQ community in order to illuminate and celebrate human diversity, captivate the public, inspire and foster harmony and acceptance. Now therefore, I, Jeff Colvin, Mayor of the City of Chestermere, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2023 as Pride Month in the City of Chestermere, dated this 30th day of May 2023. Councillor Hanley, if you could read the motion, please.
Motion that council proclaim the month of June as Pride Month and sign the proclamation form.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Councillor Foat?
On the agenda, it says Pride Month. On the agenda, it says Pride Month, but the proclamation is Pride Week proclamation. So is it Pride Week or Pride Month?
It's Pride Month.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion that's on the floor? All opposed? Carried. Okay, moving on to item number E in our reports, which is a financial report being presented today for CUI, which is presented by Kyle, our Chief Financial Officer for the City of Chestermere. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning. No report at this time. It's more of just an update on where we're at. We are getting close to finishing the audit for the utility company, and that should be wrapped up in the next few weeks. And then we'll have a further report that we can present to council. So that's really where we're at with CUI. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Councilor, are there any questions for Kyle? Thank you very much, Kyle. That's great news. If I can get a motion to accept that for information. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the CUI update as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next item on the agenda, which is on pages 37 to 50 of your package, is our Community Support Services presentation being presented today by Ruby Brar, our Community Social Support Strategist, as well as Christian Lutz or Zoko, and Craig McLeod. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Olympia.
Olympia, could you push the mic? Sorry.
Too slow. Good morning, Your Worship, and members of council. My name is Olympia Hermosillo, Manager of Community Services Department. Today I have with me the Community Social Development Team, one of the three areas, divisions of our department, Community Services Department. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Craig McLeod and Christian Luz Orozco, Community Social Development Specialists, and Ruby Barr, Community Social Support Strategists. This is our agenda, and we're going to, the intention of this presentation is a quick overview. Then we're going to start with the Community Social Development Overview, the community programs, Vitality Grant, Diversity and Inclusion, Gift of Kindness Campaign, Community Engagement and Special Projects, Emergency Social Services, and our conclusion. Today we'll be focusing on community social development as a community social development CSD. This area has 4 staff members, 2 full-time and 2 part-time. We are funded through the Family and Community Support Services through the Government of Alberta, in which the province and the city usually have an 80-20 split for compensation for staff. Community social development play a critical role in building community capacity, creating livable and inclusive spaces and social infrastructure, in addition to facilitating welcoming events with our diverse community, provide support to the community development initiatives that encourage social connections and capacity building to improve the quality of life for residents. Next, Craig McLeod, you will continue with the updates of your programs. Thank you.
Morning, Mayor,
Morning.
council members. My name is Craig, as was mentioned, and I work part-time as a community social development specialist. And thank you for giving me a little bit of time just to let you know about some of my programs that I oversee. First of all, we'll start off with the Block Party programs. It really started in 2015, and it was really about supporting people getting together and discovering neighbors and increasing citizen engagement, and so it was all about that. And the city, it really runs between May and end of September. And the city, what we provide in order to make these successful, we a lot of items like paper plates, napkins, plastic cups, cutlery, and we also supply $100 or a $50 gift certificate depending on the size of the party, donated by Eric from No Frills. And Eric at No Frills has been supporting this program since the onset. Other than that, we also give the option for hosts to, have a toy bag full of kids' toys, skipping ropes, chalk is a great thing, and everything else. And or they can use also the barbecue that we have. So again, making it easy, fun and easy for people to get together. A lot of departments are involved in the Block Party program. Roads, they drop off barricades for safety. I notify peace officers, fire department, RCMP, our comms department. So everybody's aware that the party's going on and they know the date and everything else like that. So again, we've had great success. And just to give you an idea, just some stats, in 2022, I had 23 block parties that are arranged, and approximately 837 participants attended these block parties. 107 children, 76 youth, 591 adults, and a total of about 280 families. So they're a great, wonderful thing to happen. And you can see some comments from the survey. Block parties are an excellent way to meet new people and often have who live on the street. A great way to bring neighbors together and to keep our streets safe. It really creates a safety net for the residents because they get to know each other and they look out for each other. So next I'll talk about my next program. Community Gardens. Again, another fantastic program. The first community garden, rural garden, was started in 2011, and that's located just down the highway from the Chestermere High School. It's on a private acreage. A lady that her name is Devona Nagy has partnered with the city by giving the land. Out there we have 27 plots, and then the second community garden was started in the city, urban garden, and that's just located down from West Lakeview School on West Lakeview Point, and that has 34 plots. Again, it's a fantastic way for gardeners to get together, provide a strong sense of community, social and informal gatherings. I often have barbecues with these gardeners to get-togethers, and we have programs, fantastic programs like seed sharing, programs, a seed library where people share seeds and they share tips around how to garden and plant, stuff like that. Again, I have a lot of help with that. The city provides plot maintenance. So I'm out there with the city people, whippersnipping in between there, and the city, they filled up the water tanks to make sure that we have water, and we've put in a pump there now for easy access. In 2022, 80 residents participated in the garden program, and just to break this down, at the urban garden, a total of 17 families participated. 5 seniors, 22 adults, 10 children, 10 youth, 14 children, and 2 preschoolers. It's cute seeing those little preschoolers out there digging up and learning about bugs and everything else like that. 5 volunteers assisted with that, approximately 60 volunteer hours. And at the rural garden, that 80 is broken down into 27 individuals that participated, which consisted of 15 families. There are 4 volunteers who participated and 45 volunteer hours. And those 27 people, again, consisted of 8 seniors, 10 adults, 2 youth, 5 children, and 2 preschoolers. Next, I'll go on to my last program. Okay, Neighborhood and Family Connections Program. So this program initially was started for neighbors to get together. It's kind of like a watered down block party because it was kind of something that we wanted to run in the wintertime. Block parties are, of course, aren't happening, so we wanted to run something where neighbors again get together, but it's a smaller kind of intimate group. It's really meant for people on the same street get together to make something, to make a meal, and we figured out, it's really focusing on neighbors connecting, much like the block parties. The purpose is to just establish neighborhood relationships and create and remain connected as a community. And so this is something that we provide. Again, the same things as the block parties, a bin full of paper plates and pots and cooking utensils and tools and aprons and cookbooks, depending on what they want, and stuff like that. And that's all to use. And so and we provide a $40 gift certificate for them to buy, again, ingredients or whatever else like that. Fantastic stories have come out of this. And so you can see some of the comments there, but mothers talking about how they have their kids participate. What happened, this program, when it initially started in 21, pandemic hit. And so, of course, because of provincial regulations and restrictions, we couldn't have neighbors getting together. So I modified it a bit for families to get together, live-at-home families. Of course, back then, it was an attempt to kind of reduce isolation and address mental health issues. So we had families, little kids getting together. They're so excited about going through the bin and see what they're getting and everything else. I've pictures of kids making dough together with their parents and making the meal and feeling so proud about that. Mother thanking me because she taught her 2 teenage daughters how to cook because they're going out to university. So, fantastic stories. In 2022, there's 12 families who registered and was involved in the program. And you can see some of the comments. Prepping a meal together is a great learning experience for the kiddos. They love to help and feel like they are an important part of the family. My boys absolutely adored this time in the kitchen, going through the bin, and it was excellent. What a wonderful way to bring a family together. So that's it for my programs. And I'll hand it over to Ruby. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Mayor and Council. So as Craig mentioned, my name is Ruby. My official title is Community Social Support Strategist. I wear a couple of hats. So one of them is working with the CSD team and specifically working with diversity and inclusion. So diversity and inclusion is another part of the CSD subdivision, and it's unique in its perspective to engage the general public and certain subsets of the public as well. The area focuses on looking at marginalized communities, different social locations, and overall social participation of residents in both a theoretical and practical perspective. So some of the projects that are currently happening include the Canwell grant funding provided by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and in partnership with Synergy, Chestermere Women's Crisis Society, and Rocky View Immigrant Services. So through this grant, we are providing workshops to women and youth in our community to learn more about leadership, how to participate in politics, and what nuances need to be considered for building identity or equity in the workplace. The workshops are being followed by a larger community event for women to participate in and to network and learn more from their guest speakers. Next, we have the South Asian Seniors Social Outreach, which is being made possible through collaboration with Lakeshore Manor and Senior Services Limited, with some support provided by the RCMP. This initiative was introduced to fill the need for a certain ethnic enclave of seniors whose first language was not English, who have also been looking for a space to be able to socially connect and participate in activities. We also have the Connect and Belong speaker series for mental health and social well-being, which includes ongoing workshops or informational sessions for residents, social service providers, and leaders in the community to learn about different mental health topics. We are organizing one for the fall focused on grief and loss from a local psychologist. And recently, as Council and Mayor probably remember, we partook in organizing, administering, and executing the recent Métis flag raising ceremony in Council chambers on May 16th. And finally, the community pop-up days. So this project was briefly touched on previously during the events team presentation this month. This project is scheduled to happen 3 times this summer, and it's an open invitation to all residents to come and engage both physically and socially with activities being provided through the city and other participating organizations outdoors at John Peak Park. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Christian.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Christian Litzarosko. I'm the community, the Community Social Development Specialist for the City of Chestermere. One of the programs I oversee is the Gifts of Kindness. It's a city initiative funded through the generosity and financial giving of members of the City of Chestermere. The program serves those struggling or in emergency situations in need of financial endowment. While my colleagues in community support services take on the client-facing side of the operation, screening individuals and families for eligibility and tracking outputs, my role is focused on fundraising and awareness campaigns to promote the fund. I collaborate with various departments to help generate support for the fund, as well as tracking trends both in giving and in community needs to help further our strategic planning initiatives. Much of my role also includes varied activities that are unique in nature that could each warrant their own slide or are temporal in nature and are project-based with a defined start and end time. They can most easily be summarized as special projects and include such things as participating and organizing the Seniors Week planning group with other community partners, putting together the Tour de Chestermere, which is happening next week, Tuesday, June 6th, collaborating with Prospect Human Services to put on the Chestermere Job Fair, which was very well attended with 442 individuals and a showing of 24 employers, including our very own city. Fulfilling our FCSS obligations and overall strategic planning through our social needs assessment, which will be used to inform and update our social investment framework, which then undergirds and guides grant-making decisions. And also liaising and supporting the Social Master Plan Committee. Next slide. Within the structure of the emergency response plan, I serve as the emergency social services lead and liaise with both local, regional, and provincial emergency management groups to ensure that we are prepared for and in case of large-scale emergency incidents, events, or evacuations. We are currently working hard to train and prepare all staff and services as part of the overall city emergency management plan, as we have seen in North Central Alberta the need for preparation and planning for emergency events. And with that, I'll pass it back to our manager.
Thank you. And I'm seeking a motion to accept Community Social Development's report presented on May 30 as information. And if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very informative. I do have a question, actually, for Craig. I was just wondering, with regards to the community gardens, that's amazing you're getting that participation. In these areas, do they need fencing or do they need benches and whatnot? Do they have benches already?
I have some benches at the urban garden, but my dream would really to beautify the place more. Like, it's a lot of work to maintain it. We had some problems with vandalism back 3 years ago, but not so much now. Some of the gardens, the big squashes busted all over the place. My dream is to have a hedge around the place, have a nice hedge that goes all around the place. I started to look at raising funds for that. During the pandemic, we typically charge $30 for a rental of the plot there. During the pandemic, and actually for the last 3 years, there was no charge. It was, again, times were tough. People were wanting to get out, grow their own produce, and just to get outside and everything else. But yeah, so I have some benches there. I'd love to have a rock garden there, a flower garden, and a hedge that goes around the place, and to beautify, make it a beautiful place. The history of this place was the city put these plots in, and the neighbors, it's located on the land of Eltalink under the power lines, and some neighbors were complaining about it being an eyesore. So the city actually had to move half the plots further down, not in front of these houses and everything else like that. So that's my dream, because if it starts going downhill, neighbors are probably going to see this is, just an eyesore. So we try to keep it clean with no grass and dandelions. But if we have a nice hedge around, rock garden and flowers, would be fantastic.
And you mentioned, I think, in your presentation that there is water there now?
Yeah, there's a water tank there that the city puts in. It's all enclosed in an enclosure. So the city comes and they check it, or I call and say, we need some more water. But they maintain it pretty good, and they fill it up with a big water truck. Plus there's compost bins, 6 compost bins on each, or 3 on each side. So that's where all the compost goes. And the city picks that up too. Parks has helped me out quite a bit.
And that's something that's maintained predominantly by volunteers?
Maintaining the plots, I have some volunteer help. So, but yeah, it's really kind of keeping the place up. People are more focused on tending to their plots. Don't worry too much about all the grass growing up in between. So that's where I like to get out there with the whippersnipper or something like that to keep it tidy.
Does it make sense to add things like more trees and whatnot around it, or?
Well, anything to beautify the
I'm sure there's
place.
only so much you can do in that area.
But it's out to link.
Certain heights.
It's located just down from one of the city rinks, actually. And so the city rink
Yes.
is there as well. But
Yes.
the land and the property, from my understanding, was always owned by Altalink. So
Yeah.
anything that we're putting there, I imagine we have to go through them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it'd be interesting to see if you do need more benches or stuff like that for the residents to enjoy the gardens.
Thank you for your
It'd be
interest.
very nice. I had one other question was in regards to the block parties and the neighborhood programs, connections programs, what's the best way that they contact the city to do that?
It's on the website. Our website, they actually have the community gardens and the block parties are all on the website. You just go there, and then when you click on, we have a pamphlet as to how to arrange a block party if you want and everything else like that. And then there's a link where it says book your block party. So they book it, they just fill it out, they give an idea as to the date, the address, and when they want it. I give out invitations for them to give out beforehand and everything else. And then, and I schedule it. So then I make contact with them and just confirm with them. And then I make a plan as to when they're going to get their bin and all their items and everything else. So, and that, as soon as they submit it, it comes straight to me. So,
Yeah, that's an exciting program. Thank you.
thank you.
Councillor, are there any other questions? Councillor Hanley?
More of a comment than anything else. I believe that we in the community appreciate everything that you guys do for the community. I really look forward to your feedback and recommendations on how we can help you in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Any other questions? Or Councillor Fogt?
The community gardens, are they connected with that fruit tree thing down by the canal?
That's the edible garden that was created by the city, I think 2 or 3 years ago, Councillor Fote. And no, it's not really connected, but I know that was a city initiative separate than the community gardens.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the Mayor, City Directors to Ruby. When you were talking about diversity and inclusion, are we a part of the LIP program at all with the city?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, yes, we are. We're currently working with them. There was a bit of a transition in between as I took on the role, so it's still in the works, but we're very much well connected with the LIP organization or the group.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, second question. Thank you. You mentioned the Vitality grants, which was great, through the Mayor, City Directors to Olympia. I'm just wondering if we're able to get an update as to when more information will be provided on the delay for the FCSS United Way grants as well as the community grants.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, we are doing the social needs assessment at this moment, and then the grants are on hold. But Vitality grants is moving forward. Craig is doing.
I assist with the Vitality grants. Actually, there's a presentation that you had from Muriel, if you recall. She talked about the Vitality grants. She really oversees them, and I just help her, assist her with making contact with the resident, making sure that they are doing okay with their project, and if they need any help. And sometimes, I go out to the site and to see, and help them with the paperwork or whatever. But it's really something I'm helping our grant person, which is Muriel.
Councillor Dean?
Yes. So is there a reason why we're able to do, because I think they're all great programs. So is there a reason why we're able to do the Vitality grants and have to delay the other two? Like, I'm just trying to see why we're able to still offer, because I think we should offer them all. And I'm not saying we're not offering them. What I'm saying is we seem to have delayed certain ones while others are still remaining. And I'm just seeking some clarity as to, that.
Well, I think until we complete the social needs assessment, we can go back to the grants. And with those two grants, Vitality grants are very small, and it's just 5 of them. And then that's why we decide to continue with that one. those ones. Councilor.
Councillor, are there any other questions? All right, Councillor Hanley, if I could get the motion read.
Motion that council accepts the community support services presentation as information.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? All carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward on our agenda today, pages 51 to 66, which is our communications update in relation to June 2023, presented by Ty. Good morning.
Morning. I have a couple guests with me as well, other members of our communications department. We're going to be providing you guys an update on some of the initiatives that the communications department has been undertaking. It's been about 4 weeks for us here. We're all relatively new to the city of Chestermere, but we've been able to get some really great work done and collaborate with departments within the city. So we'll start with introductions. As it says on the agenda, my name is Ty. I'm the social content developer for the city of Chestermere. I help develop social and web content for us.
I'm Coco. I'm a graphic designer.
I'm Olivia. I'm also a graphic designer.
And like I said, we're going to introduce you guys to some of the projects that we've been able to tackle over the last 30 days. So we'll start with the last 30 days. We'll hop right into our first project here.
So the first project is our community guide. So we've created a community guide that will be a monthly publication. It will be available as a booklet and digitally on our website. The community guide will be a spot for our residents and visitors to not only learn about the ongoing events in Chestermere, but also learn about things in our community. Next slide. Perfect. So we feature a community update, which goes over some of the exciting things that are happening in Chestermere. It also features a message from the mayor, which provides the mayor and council an opportunity to share a message with our residents. The community guide will also feature things like recipes, informative activity, little activities, wildlife gardening articles. So a little bit for everyone, whether you're a parent or a kid. One thing that Olivia and I really had fun with is that we added a Chestermere food tour. So if you're a new resident or a visitor, every month it will have a different list of different restaurants in Chestermere that people can go check out. We figured it was a great way to support local businesses and just to, if you're new to the city, then it's a great way to start trying some of the things that Chestermere has to offer. And then our calendar includes events that the city is hosting and also some events that the community is hosting. Our goal is to have information about upcoming events and things about Chestermere to have them more accessible for residents and visitors. And then hopefully by doing this, we can increase attendance at events around the city.
So we've also been working closely with Chestermere Fire Services to inform residents about the platform Community Connect. Our goal is to educate citizens on the platform to help save time in critical emergency situations. We plan to support fire services through social media, printed assets, and additional channels. This will be an ongoing plan that will continue throughout the summer months.
The sports court survey, this was one of our first projects that we got to work on as a comms department. It was really fun and really allowed us to understand how the city of Chestermere works as a brand and establish some of our brand guidelines. We had over 700 respondents identify and respond to 25 sites that we had identified across the city. Those results were compiled and provided to Kim, CAO of Corporate Services, which will be presented at a later date.
So next is going over some of the event branding and promotion that we've been doing. So Olivia and I have had the opportunity just to create some new brand identities for upcoming events. This has included new promotional materials, updated designs, and imagery. The events that we've had a chance to work on so far include the Little Royal Tea Party, Seniors Week, Tour de Chestermere, and the Summer Carnival. Our hope with creating an updated look and feel for our events that it will help to better engage citizens and increase attendance. And then next is the council recap rebrand. So we've developed a new look and feel for our council recap social media posts. This includes 3 different parts. The first being the agenda post, which informs people which items will be brought up in council. A second is a post letting residents know that council is live and that they can watch live stream on YouTube. And then the third is the council recap, which goes over all the items that were in council that week. So our hope with this is that it will engage residents and help to keep them informed if they don't have a chance to watch council.
So those are just some of the items, not all of the items that we've had a chance to work on over our last 30 days. And now we'd like to give you guys a sort of a short look forward in the next 30 days. Ideally, in the next month, we'll be coming back to you with an update on most, if not all, of these items. But until then, we wanted to give you sort of a preview on what we're working on for the next 30.
Yeah. So we're hoping to continue our community guide. So right now we are currently curating content, events, and imagery for this guide, working to adjust the look and feel each month to give it a fresh look and feel. This will also include the continued food guide tour to feature more of the Chestermere restaurants.
We've also been working on a social survey. So this one is just recently deployed in collaboration with our Community Social Services Department. The goal of this survey works to identify the needs of youth and children in collaboration with caregivers and parents all across Chestermere. So this will be running for 2 weeks, and we'll be compiling that data and providing it back to CSS.
So we're also going to be continuing our events and branding promotion. So looking to engage residents with the upcoming events such as the Jazz Concert Series, Canada Day, and continued community pop-ups.
This one's kind of an exciting one as well. I've been able to work with Muner a little bit on this campaign, just sort of scratching the surface, and it was sort of introduced to us when we had the chance to attend the McDonald's groundbreaking, which was a really exciting event, and it sort of opened the door for this really cool economic development campaign. Sort of the idea that Chestermere is open for business, and that's an idea that we'd like to continue to develop. We've started already on our LinkedIn, creating some really, really great stories around some of the great things council is doing around offsite levies. And we're also doing some additional department support as well. There's a lot of departments, of course, in the city of Chestermere. So we've been able to support operations, community services, council as well on a number of different initiatives. We're also looking after web and social content for both the city of Chestermere and Chestermere Today. We're doing copywriting and graphics design for a lot of different events and essentially all the ongoings in the city of Chestermere. And we're very, very happy to be able to develop that brand and support our different departments. So there's a lot of things that weren't listed here that comms is sort of developing and working on the side. But I wanted to provide you guys an update on the major things that we're able to sort of tackle in the last 30 and some of the cool things that we're going to get to in the next 30. If you guys have any questions or any comments, we'd love to hear them.
Thank you very much, guys. That it looks amazing.
Thank you.
There's lots that's going on.
Yeah, very busy.
Very much so. Any other questions, Councillor Fote?
You did mention we're going to have a carnival come to town.
Yes.
And when's that coming?
I believe it's the 16th to 18th.
Yeah, June 16th to 18th.
Excellent.
Yeah, so branded as the Chestermere Summer Carnival, we've helped develop the brand and identity for that.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's going to be exciting. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was going to say, in going through the agenda, I found the community guide book already available online through Chestermere today. So
Yes.
I've noticed a step up in, the communications of going out to the community. So job well done in your last 30 days. Looking forward to what you do in
Thank
the
you. We
next.
appreciate that.
Thank
We're
you.
looking forward to being able to market the community guide more online. We're glad you got a sneak peek of it before everyone else.
Yeah, visually, everything is looking amazing. The messages is great as well. Good job.
Thank you.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this. A couple questions. One, and I may have missed it. You may have said it. I apologize. When does the guide come out? And two, how do people, how do groups, organizations, people get themselves on the calendar? And is there a criteria that they should know about, either deadlines or like, is there a criteria that needs to be met in order to end up on the community calendar?
Yeah, so it's a monthly publication. We're hoping to have it available for the first of every month. So tomorrow we'll have the hard copies available, but it will be available on our website for anyone to view as well. In terms of having like any businesses or community events, like we're always looking for more things to add. So we would love people to reach out to us. We've added some contact points in the first community guide. So if they're looking through it and they go, hey, like I want to be a part of this food guide, there's an email that they can contact. And yeah, we'd love to have the community kind of join part in this.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. And with the survey, are we at all following up with the surveys that were recently done by Synergy? Because they had collected a lot of information about youth and youth needs in our community. And so I'm just wondering, I love the fact that we are doing one. I think it's great. I'm just wondering if we are partnering to maybe compare data, see if there's a change in data, if we could just have a look at the results of theirs as we're collecting data. Just wondering if that's a possibility.
Yeah, I'm not aware if we've currently partnered with them. I don't believe we have, but that said, I think that's a possibility we could easily follow up on.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I can get motion for information. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the communication update June 2023 presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
I was going to keep it.
Okay, so our next item on the agenda is item number 3 under reports for information, which will be the Rainbow Road Corridor Update, which is a verbal update today being presented by Travis Swillier, our City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure. Morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yeah, so this is just a quick verbal update. Before I get to that, though, I just wanted to say a big shout out to Ty, Olivia, and Coco for the amazing work and the presentation that they just done. That's pretty good stuff. So for the Rainbow Road, I wanted to give council a quick update here because there will be a decision that will need to be made here in the next couple weeks. Very time sensitive decision. So the RFP has been released. We've done the pre-tender site meeting. We had a total of 6 contractors show up, pretty reputable contractors, so we're pretty excited about that. The design currently sits at 95% complete, and we will finish up the design through the tender period once we had, now that we've issued all the addenda. Sorry. The tender will close on June 7th, which is next Wednesday, and so admin will then do their tender review and make the recommendation that we will prepare to come to council on Tuesday, which is June 13th for the award. I did take the opportunity this morning to talk to Mr. Doug Lagore in regards to having an immediate OA approval on the award so that we can issue and award the contract immediately because, again, it's time sensitive. We were expecting, well, actually, in regards to the budget, we have currently $6.1 million in our transportation offsite levy which is what will be used to fund the project. We are still targeting schedule for the completion of the project to be done this year for the primary services. Any of the secondary, if it's the trees, boulevard landscaping, potentially some of the sidewalks, depending on the need for them, would be moved into 2024, again, depending on the weather. And then lastly, the Waterford Boulevard and Rainbow Road intersection, the roundabout design, now that we're 95% through the design of Rainbow Road and the north roundabout, we are now 30% into the Waterford Boulevard design, which the consultant is currently working on the design report for that. So anyways, I think what I want to conclude here is that we will be concluding on our recommendation by the end of next week for the award. And I just want council to be prepared to make a decision on June 13th with the official OA approval on that as well for us to move forward.
Thank you, Travis. That's exciting news. Councillor, are there any questions for Travis? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to Travis. I'm not sure the process on this. I'm just wondering if we could follow up with some of the signs that are at intersection, especially there's a few at Dawson Way. There's also a few right by the sign that says Dawson Landing. Some of them don't even have anything on them anymore. They're just a plywood sign. I'm feeling like it makes it really difficult to see when you're making that left-hand turn coming off of Dawson's Way there because of those signs. So I'm just wondering who we could talk to just maybe look at some of the placing of those signs. I'm just a little concerned about some of the sight lines, just where they're placed right now.
I can definitely do a drive of that, Councillor Dean, and see what the visibility issues are, and I can have them addressed immediately. Yep.
Thank you. If we have a motion to move forward with? Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the Rainbow Road corridor update as information.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our item number G, which is item 1, which is our Molly Trolley update. Good morning, Kate.
Morning. So there was a vote on May 20th, so we're just looking to ratify that in today's meeting. And
Okay.
we have it ready on the screen there for you.
Thank you. All right, if I can get the motion read into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council ratify the straw vote conducted on May 20th, 2023 via email to allow administration to purchase 4 Molly trolleys for the approximate cost of $120,000, $90,000 US.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions related to the motion? Councillor Funk?
Maybe just a comment for, I completely agree with us doing this in the way we're doing it, in that this was approved under the budget as a line item under the budget for these to be purchased in line with our transportation plan that we've been putting together for the last year or so. So it is completely in line, and this is just following up on a motion previously to, I don't know, it was to bring it back to council, just for, I don't know why, but the motion read to bring it back to council. But this is completely in line with the budget and everything within that program.
Thank you. Any other further questions or comments? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Okay, moving on with item number 2, which is the Peace Officers Motorcycle Patrol, pages 67 to 80, being presented today through Cameron Wong. Good morning, Cameron.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Here to do something fun this morning. Here to present an opportunity on how our CPOs can perform their patrols in a different method than using the cars, and rather than using a motorcycle. I'll be looking for a, this is not clicking. Can you click that for me? I'll be looking for a decision today. Next slide, please. Plan is to use adventure motorcycles. Here's a photo of the type of motorcycle I'm suggesting that we use. This is a US photo, so that AR-15 that's attached on the back will not be coming with the ones we're looking at. Sorry, Trevor. I'll review the type of adventure bikes later in the presentation. Whoops. Yeah, now you fixed it, right? So why motorcycle patrols? So adventure motorcycles are designed to handle off-road conditions, providing peace officers with the ability to navigate the changing terrain. This is especially useful in Chestermere, where officers may need to access sandy, grassy areas that are challenging to respond to emergencies or investigate incidents. Continues to promote council's direction on CPOs being highly visible in the community, offering more preventive education awareness, not just enforcement. It's also a PR opportunity to engage with the public, school visits, talk to people in the park. CPOs on motorcycles are much more approachable with our youth. So typical patrols. Typical patrols we typically use marked or unmarked SUVs. The addition of motorcycles would contribute to a reduction in our department's overall carbon footprint, as motorcycles are more fuel efficient and economical. No additional headcount required. Extends the life cycle replacements of our current SUVs. Repair and maintenance costs on adventure motorcycles are significantly less than the SUVs. And there is no plan to change the level of service or their patrols, just simply changing the vehicle they use. So enhanced patrol capabilities. Motorcycles will increase CPO's patrol capabilities. Adventure motorcycles' ability to handle both on and off-road conditions, combined with the durability and advanced safety features, make an excellent investment for Chestermere. It can help enhance the ability to respond to emergencies, investigate incidents, and proactively patrol the parks and pathways and promote community safety. Education and awareness. Motorcycle patrols in all green spaces, beach parks will be highly visible while offering more effective way to educate and bring awareness to distracted driving and seatbelt compliance. There's probably nothing more effective than an officer tapping on your window if you're inadvertently texting at a stop sign. Unlawful dumping still remains a major issue for us in the city, especially on the rural roads. We must have spent about 50 man-hours on Rainbow Road last year cleaning up some of that debris. Just simply having the guys in the motorcycles would be just another avenue to kind of control some of those costs. City's adding over 10 acres of fenced off-leash areas to be able to patrol these areas more effectively. The enduro bikes will actually work for that. Here's pictures of, doesn't work intro, highly visible marked motorcycles. So these are just some examples. Again, these are US examples. They're not anything I could find here, but this is examples of those. The type of bike, we talked about using that, so using the best practice from other municipalities that they put into place. The Honda Africa Twin CRF 1100 is the preferred choice due to its affordability, lightweight, proven reliability, and low maintenance costs. Training. The skills needed to utilize motorcycles in law enforcement is significantly different than using motorcycles for leisure transportation. To meet provincial standards, promote officer safety, and reduce liability and damage to employees and city equipment, all officers would need to obtain their Class 6 motorcycle license and complete an improved law enforcement motorcycle course. Currently, right now, 3 of our CPOs have their Class 6 license, and the city is looking into options of having one of our CPOs becoming certified to train the other ones. The equipment, so everybody's going to need their own safety equipment to be purchased from one of the facilities or local vendors that we can find in Calgary. This includes helmets, gloves, pants, jackets. For hygienic reasons, obviously, these items can't be shared. Now everybody wants to look at the costs. So the cost of an Africa Twin bike is right around $18,999. The emergency equipment for the lights, the siren, the camera, and the radar, around $3,500. CPO safety gear is $2,500, and that mandatory riding course is around $3,000. So it's around $28,000 per bike and officer. Questions?
That's exciting. So this, the bikes can be, I guess, used for shifts as well. Multiple officers on the same bike, I guess, throughout the day.
That would be the thought. If they went with 1 or 2 bikes, then obviously every officer would have their own gear, so they could go on the bike as well. And possibly with having 2 bikes, we could use one in the off season, have studded tires on it to get onto the lake to actually look at the weir. So some of the stuff that we spoke about would be cost avoidance as well. So I recently received a bill for WID for the off-highway vehicles that were up and around that weir, and it's around $11,000. So not suggesting we would save all that dollars back, but it'd be a deterrent to do so.
It's $27,000 is a little bit cheaper than the $100,000 sport.
Command vehicles are, we just did one for fire, so it's $100,000 for a command vehicle.
Yeah. That's interesting. And they both go on-road and off-road, obviously.
Correct.
Councillor, are there any other questions? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, through Cam. Do the CP... Through the mayor to Cam. Do the CPOs currently use the side-by-side for that they have for patrols such as this?
Through the chair to Councillor Dean. Yes, we, so in, is it working now? Sorry, yes, through the chair to Councillor Dean. Yes, we did actually in December when we had the issue with the impaired driver. It was a side-by-side that went out there and actually addressed that.
And so we're just feeling like this is an additional need that we have on top of the side-by-side then?
Correct. It's actually would help us. Sorry, Mike. It would actually help us on pathways and with the more events that we're looking, especially when you just heard Ty all the stuff that we're doing. Again, another avenue for the officers to get there and be more visible.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Foat?
Just a little bit of humor. Maybe we could get the AR guns with it, and maybe we could look after the rodents under the power lines. Just kidding.
I assume we're talking about gophers and stuff.
Yes, yes.
Councillor Funk?
Just for clarification, Cam, through the mayor to Cam, was the side-by-side that was purchased, was that CPOs or was that RCMP? I thought that was RCMP.
Through the chair to Councillor. No, it was actually CPOs. RCMP have not purchased a side-by-side at this point.
Okay.
They've asked for one, but have not purchased.
And is the CPO the sharing with the fire department?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks. So you have currently 3 officers that have their motorcycle license and potentially another. Is that what you're indicating?
Currently right now we have 3 that have their license, one is a super user. Now, everybody, and there's lots of interest. Staff Sergeant Bowman's in the office, in the room right now. That's why he's probably here to actually see his motorcycle coming on board, but they're very eager and interested in it.
Yeah, the motorcycles are obviously very versatile, even compared to the off-highway vehicles. But this also does highway speeds, whereas the off-highway vehicles typically don't. Councillor Foat?
Is there some reason that we purchased 1100s?
Again, in looking with what Toronto did, Ottawa did, some of the U.S. cities, that's where they've picked that bike in particular. In talking with Vlad, one of the CPOs is very experienced on it. He once again supported that choice.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Just to clarify though, they have their license, that's step one, and then on top of having their license though, they will still need to take the training, and that training is another $3,000. Is that per officer correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, you're correct.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions, Council, in relation to this initiative? Is there motions that we're looking at? Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council approve the city director of community operations and administration to proceed with the procurement of motorcycles, gears, equipment, and training to 2 Honda African Twin CRF 1100 motorcycles, allows for the backup of 3 and 4 community officers to be trained and outfitted with safety gear.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Councillor Funk?
Just a comment in that I like this idea in that same with what we approved for the RCMP with the side-by-side, even though they haven't purchased it yet. I'm sure they're going through their lengthy procurement process that they have to deal with. Anytime we have multiple types of vehicles and stuff out there that people are allowed to utilize, I think allowing our police officers and RCMP and whatnot to have similar vehicles to get into the community and allow similar access allows them to provide better service. So I really like this idea.
Well, thank you. Councillor Foat?
Through the mayor, to Cam, this is a budgeted item, correct?
It would be a non-budgeted item.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hanley?
Cam, what is the source of funding then?
We'll look at a couple options. We'll go through MSI to see if there are any grants available. Then we'll obviously probably look at maybe council's special priorities to take the funding out of, or we can use RSA restricted surplus. We'll come back to council maybe next week with an update of where the funding's coming from.
So should that be included in the motion? So we should amend the motion. So because I made the motion already, I can withdraw or amend it. What would you recommend for the amendment?
So you want it to come back next meeting with the decision on where the funding's coming from?
Yeah, that would be best if we did it that way. I can work with finance to find that answer out by that time.
Another question, Mr. Mayor?
Wouldn't it be easiest for this to come out of restricted surplus funding?
I guess we could modify the motion to allow it to be funded through RSA if other options do not prove to be available, like through the MSI grants.
Councillor Dean?
Could we make the motion where we have City Director Wong go look at these options and then bring it back for approval then as a completed motion next week? Because that would give him the option to see what's available, and then we would know, and then do the approval at that time.
Whenever you wish.
Why don't we, I guess what we can do is we can table this and then possibly bring it back up this afternoon. If you can find out in discussions with Ann as to what's the best way to do this.
That's fair. I can do that right now.
Okay. Councillor, City Director Travis?
Sorry, I was trying to do this behind the scenes while we were talking about this. And just responded to me and said that it won't be MSI, but we can fund it through our reserve fund. So.
Oh, okay. So we can do it through the reserve fund. Okay, so that's the way to do it. Yes.
Okay, so I can restate the motion.
Yes, restricted surplus.
Yeah.
Help them wordsmith it, Stephen.
Safety and come out of. Instead of to come out of, I would suggest and be funded from the restricted surplus account.
Councillor Dean?
Sorry, so then is it, because it says procurement of motorcycles, so then that, does the number 2 represent that we're getting 2 of these? Is that how I'm supposed to read that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I will restate the motion. Motion that council approve the City Director of Community Operations and Administration to proceed in the procurement of motorcycles, gears, and equipment and training. 2, Honda African Twin CRF 1100 motorcycles allows for the backup of, and 3 and 4 community officers to be trained, outfitted with safety and gear, and be funded from the restricted surplus account.
I'm just wondering, that's just a little bit not clear. Gear, equipment, and training, and do you say for the purchase of 2? Or do you put procurement of 2 motorcycles? Sure. Stephen, could you restate that again, please?
Motion that council approve City Director of Community Operations and Administration to proceed in the procurement of motorcycles, gears, equipment, and training, and the purchase of 2 Honda Africa Twin CRF 1100 motorcycles allows for the backup and 3 and 4 community officers to be trained and outfitted with the safety gear and to be funded from the restricted surplus account.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next item, which is the pages 81 to 160, item H, which is our bylaw 006-23, the offsite levy bylaw, being presented today. I was going to say by Mark, but no, that's not true.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. I will be presenting instead of Mark today. My name is Madeline Fisk, and I am an engineering technologist here at the city. Just to provide a little bit of background on the offsite levy bylaw and where we've come so far, on May 2nd, we presented to Council the amendments to last year's 2022 offsite levy bylaw and requested first reading, which was then presented for first reading. On May 16th, we came back for second and third reading. We presented at the public hearing and then again to Council all amendments that will be made to last year's bylaw. On May 16th, during Council meeting, the City Council advised administration to engage with legal to review all of the amendments that have been made. So since May 16th, we have engaged with legal experts to review the red line markup of the bylaw from last year. Legal has assessed all the amendments and has confirmed that they align with the Municipal Government Act. So today I am here again to ask Council to give second and third reading to the now 2023 offsite levy bylaw 006-23 as presented in the previous Council meetings.
Thank you very much. Councillor, are there any questions or comments in relation to the presentation? City Director Travis?
I just want to add to that, Mayor and Council, that I did consult with Mr. Legore this morning in regards to the legal review, and he has reviewed and accepted it.
Thank you. All right, this is the motion that's on the floor right now. If we could get someone to read it into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give second reading to bylaw 006-23 being the offsite levy bylaw.
Thank you. Are any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Sorry, we have another motion, sorry. Motion to give third and final reading. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give third and final reading to bylaw 006-23 being the offsite levy bylaw.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Our next presentation, which is on pages 161 to 166, will be on today's tax mill rate bylaw 010-23, being presented by Kyle, our Chief Financial Officer for the City of Chestermere. Oops, sorry.
Mr. Mayor and Council, prior to establishing their mill rate for 2023, I would like to make some comments on the financial report that was presented at your last meeting. While the information provided to Council is certainly a good news story, I would like to point out some concerns that Council should have. First off, I would point out that you should have caution because of the uncertainty of the 2021 and 2022 budgets being outstanding. With the extra income from property taxes in 2022, it's obvious that the growth assessment was not taken into consideration when setting the 22 mill rate. Council should be seeking clarification from this to Council to confirm that. Council should be seeking information from administration as to why the community and safety revenue is under budget by in excess of $1 million. Salaries are under budget by approximately $1.5 million due to vacancies or reorganization. Is Council administration satisfied that the additional funds will not be required in 2024? You should be seeking an answer to this question. How can your debt payment be off by in excess of $1 million? Was this an oversight or an error in the budget process? Council should be seeking an answer. There is a debenture payment schedule that is sent out by the province each year. Why was the transfer to restricted reserve not completed as per the budget? Council should be seeking an answer to this question.
What?
Did Council approve a reduction in the reserve transfer, or did administration not follow Council's direction?
Sorry, Mr. Legore, a point of order.
Yes?
Should we have a mic since he's presenting? Should we pass him like that one?
Well, that one will go that far. You might be able to switch chairs with one of us. You can take my chair. That's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cameron.
That's okay.
And then the biggest concern, Mr. Mayor and Council, is approximately $1.7 million in amortization is a non-cash transaction. You cannot and should not take that into consideration as surplus. If you did this, this would lead to a serious shortfall in revenue in 2023. I'm surprised that administration would bring that forward as part of a surplus, because it is not. It is a non-cash item. I would highly recommend against reducing your property taxes by the estimated 2022 surplus, irrespective of the amortization. That's not good long-term planning. You may have to raise taxes in 2024 to make up for the shortfall. Secondly, you're planning for a major recreational facility, and all recreational facilities require considerable subsidization from property taxes. I would recommend that some of your 22 surplus be put into a new property tax balancing reserve. This could be used in future years to help offset high property tax increase over the next 3 to 5 years. This would ease big tax swings in property taxes for residents and businesses alike, or the funds could be used for large capital acquisitions, thus avoiding future tax increase either for the purchase or additional operational costs. I apologize that I bring this forward this late. I understand that the mill rate is a time-sensitive issue, but I was only provided with this financial report at the last meeting, so this is what you get. Sorry. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Legore. Councillor Hanley?
This is a point of clarity. You talk about the non-cash. If you look on the revenue side of last year, the equity portion was also 1.7 versus the expense side, which was 1.7. The two cancel one another out. If you excluded all the non-cash items, you still have that same overall 6.2 betterment in cash expenses versus the revenues collected. It seems like you've done an analysis or whatever, but it's looked at specific areas and looked at isolation and not looked at the whole component. So I'm confused by your statements.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, through the information that's provided, that's all you have to analyze. And you have a non-cash item of $1.7 million included in your surplus.
In the expense side, but also if you looked above on the same report that you were provided last week in the revenue side, you have the draw on equity piece.
That's correct.
Which is also the reverse of the 1.7. So when you take the two, the surplus that they identified is revenues less expenses. If you remove the non-cash items, which cancel one another out, one was 1.7 better, one was 1.7 worse. The two of them net out to zero. If you remove them from the total revenues and remove them from the total expenses, you still end up with a $6.2 million betterment in expenses.
If I may, one of the things that I think is being misunderstood is that we're not cutting the budget by $6 million. We're actually keeping the same budget we had last year at 52.48, just about $52.4 million. And we're going to bank that surplus of $6 million this year again. So we're not getting rid of it, because I agree. We wanted to make sure that we had the ability to confirm again what we believe we achieved last year. And then we're going to confirm that again for this year. So at the end of this year, what we're hoping is that we will have in the neighborhood of about $12 million in the bank. And if for some reason we don't, then we can call on that money that was being put into that, what we've called a banked surplus. And council would have to release that amount of dollars to administration if they require those funds for something else throughout this year. But we're still charging residents, or we're still having a budget that's fully funded to the same tune of what last year's was.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information before me. It's not included in the agenda package. There's no transparency here for the public or myself to understand that. And the direction that was given by council to administration last week at your meeting, or 2 weeks ago, was to reduce the taxes by the surplus.
No, it's no, in the package we sent last week, which was this tax mill rates package, throughout it, but on the very last page, for example, it shows that the budget that we're bringing in is $52.4 million for 2023, which is the same as 2022. Okay, so that basically you're looking at operating and capital budget, operating budget less the revenues equals the amount that the residents are taxed. That's it. There's no discount of severance and surplus. And I can give this to you right now, but that's exactly what that says. 100%. Councillor Funk?
Part also is that because of such a significant increase in property values, we reduced the mill rate because we don't need the excess off of the increase in property values to meet the budget.
Yes, I understand
that. Maybe if we could take a quick recess and I'll just clarify this with you. Thank you. If you could take a recess. Afternoon or morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I just wanted to go through, there was some questions that had come up in relation to some uncertainty and around how the numbers work for calculating our mill rate. If we could see the page that's on our screen right now, which, Callan, you're running this as well? Okay, so if you could point to item A there, which indicates that our city budget is $52.4 million, which is, and then our revenue generated by the city is $35.5 million. And then 52.4 less 35.5 equals $16.8 million, which is what council determines to charge its residents for their taxes. So if you'll see under 2023I in the chart, you'll see that the residential taxes required are $16.860 million. So you'll see that that takes into account the $52.4 million less the $35.5 million. So what we're doing and why we showed it the way that we did, and you'll see that on the right-hand side of that table that's in the middle of your screen, A, B, C, and D. So item A identifies the operating budget that council achieved last year. Now what we did is we brought that forward this year. So the budget that we had in 2022, which council passed a motion to accept, was $52.4 million. Council was able to, and staff were able to achieve a surplus that saved approximately $6.22 million, which led us down to approximately $56.1 million. $46.1 million. So what council did is that we've identified for 2023 that our budget target is $46.1 million. Now, not to be too aggressive, that council and administration can meet that again for 2023, council has kept the betterment of the increase in the surplus that we achieved, has kept it in the budget. So we're still having a budget of $52.4 million, okay? But what council's doing is they're going to keep that money, $6.2 million, in a surplus account. If staff are able to achieve the $46.1 million, the same that they achieved last year, then fantastic. So we now have a new base tax level. If there is some reason that they need to draw on additional capital or additional dollars, they can come to council and we can get some of that $6.2 million that council is bringing in current taxes for 2023, but is putting in like a savings account. So if we're able to achieve the same goals that we achieved in 2022, council will end up with approximately $12.4 million in that new savings account, having at the end of 2023. So we're giving a bit of a challenge to our administration to attempt to achieve those rates, and these are our operating budget rates, okay? So what's important about that is that how efficiently is the city being operated? How are we achieving the growth and goals and targets that we still achieve in all of our development programs? And it's not by any means easy. So as we know, last year we set new records through every area in growth and development and permits and have you. And this year is shaping up to be significantly more again. So there is a limit, obviously, that you can push your staff, but we are trying to identify efficiencies in our departments. And so with that, our staff are performing exceptionally. And so we want to try and give them the tools that they need. Some of this is for example, new technology. So we're also looking into new software and whatnot for our staff. So all of this is going to be a learning curve for the city as we're restructuring. And so we're trying to make ourselves in the best position possible so that we can have a starting point that we can continue forward in a more efficient manner. The city is one of the fastest growing cities, so it's a very exciting time to be, and we want to make sure that we're stepping forward in the most prudent financial manner that we can. So in regards to the 2023 budget, we still are having a budget of $52.4 million. Okay, we're going to put aside 6.2 of that into a bank account, savings account. We're going to have revenue from other sources of approximately $35 million. And that results in our residential taxes being approximately $16.8 million that we'll be charging residents. So that does accomplish a significant savings over the past year. And we're obviously intending that we would continue to have additional savings from our surplus that we're bringing in this year, plus that we brought in last year. However, we want to be conservative in the sense that there are many, many initiatives that we're trying to bring forward that would support our capital plans and whatnot throughout the city. So again, what that accomplishes, our $16.8 million taxes requires, is that requires a lower mill rate. So then we're looking at a 3.609 mill rate for 2023. And that accomplishes and meets our targets for the same budget we had last year of $52.4 million, okay? We are trying to make sure we set and determine our base tax rate for the city, which identifies how our city, where our base tax will start. And then if we have new initiatives that come forward, we can always add a line item or a rider that is very transparent to our residents. So they see, here's our base tax rate for our city, and then we want to add some new initiatives, or we're going to add some new programming, and then we would show that to the residents clearly. So I hope this helps clarify some of the questions and some of the concerns. We've had people that, obviously it's a big change for Chestermere, being able to start to save money and reduce taxes. That's a big accomplishment. But again, it really comes forward with the hard work that our staff have done and been able to accomplish. I guess I just want to ask a question. I was going to say Councillor Legore, OA Legore. Does that meet or clarify things better?
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it does, and I commend council for putting that money in the bank.
Thank you. That's fantastic. And it is. These are challenging times in the sense that we are changing quite quickly, and that does cause us some confusion at the same time. We are trying to set new standards and make sure that we are hitting the targets that we're setting through hard work. At the same time, we have to be realistic with those targets. And so we are still putting additional money aside, money in the savings, et cetera, because there is lots of initiatives that we want to do, pay down taxes, et cetera, pay down debt. Lots of things that we need to be responsible for. So I hope that clarifies things for residents. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you for that clarity. One question I did have, though, is that if the target is not met for 2023, as you were talking about, so if we miss the target, we have that reserve fund to help with that target. I think a question some residents may have, though, could that possibly lead to a tax swing or increase for 2024? Or is it because we have that, then it could be the same tax rate then for 2024? Just if you could speak to that maybe for a moment.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. The reason that we're putting the money in a savings account is that we're still charging residents and we're still collecting that kind of revenue. So we're trying to be prudent that we're still collecting the same amount of revenue that we collected last year. What we're able to achieve is that we're saying, because we identified a surplus last year, we want to match that surplus and put it in the bank and put it into savings, just like you would at home. If it turns out, though, throughout the year, as Councillor Dean mentioned, that something else comes up, we do have contingencies already built into the budget, but nonetheless, if there's some reason that we need to spend some of that $6.2 million of taxes that we're bringing in this year that's going into a savings account, we definitely can. So in that situation, let's say we spent another $1 million of that 6.2. That doesn't mean for next year that we're raising taxes. It means that we're starting to normalize the taxes that we need to charge, what our budgets are. We felt that when we first came into council, the budget that we looked at didn't make a lot of sense. And so we're trying to figure out, okay, where is the correct place that does make sense? And so it's a lot of work. The city's a big animal, and you're working with our city directors and every one of their departments, and of course all of their staff, which, we're doing budgets a little differently. So instead of looking at, well, what was the past budget? What was the past? What was the past? What was the past? We're trying to also identify, with that knowledge of what the past was, building your budget and determining, okay, what should it be? And what does your department need in order to offer the services that it needs to offer? And Sometimes those numbers will come up to be different. Sometimes they might come up to be the same. But again, that process is something that we want to encourage our staff to do so that we ensure that we're spending our taxpayers' funds responsibly and efficiently. And it's an ongoing process. It doesn't stop and start one day and not the next. But we have $6.2 million of cushion, okay? So in answer to Councillor Dean's question, we would have to spend more than $6.2 million in order for us to need to raise taxes next year in 2024. If we are under $6.2 million of overage in 2023, we won't need to change the tax rate. We can keep it exactly the same tax rate that we're at right now, the 3.61 mill rate. So it's a very exciting time for Chestermere. And the reason we chose, I'm concerned that people are getting confused between 2022's $6.2 million surplus and 2023's amount of $6.2 million we're putting in the bank as well. So both dollars go into the bank, but so we're just trying to say that we're not risking the amount of dollars we're bringing into the city this year. However, next year in 2024, if we realize the same types of savings, that is definitely an opportunity to make some very different conversations. That do we want to reduce the budget by that number? Do we want to reduce the budget by half that number? As pointed out, one of the things Chestermere needs badly is recreation. So does Chestermere and residents want to put forward all of this savings and plus other savings and other investment money and MSI, et cetera, towards some significant recreation projects? And I think the answer is yes. And if we can continue to stay efficient, grow our commercial tax base, which is obviously our main goal, that results in continued revenues from our third-party sources, if you will, and our residents' taxes can still continue to go down, even though we would keep banking that $6.2 million every year. And so this is a great conversation that I was hoping to have in the future. We've had some initial discussion about it as to, we're getting efficient, and we're getting so efficient that we believe we can have a certain amount of money that we would continue to save every year. And not reduce budgets necessarily until we accomplish everything that our residents want. And so if we were to save, say, $5 million every single year out of our budget, we don't need to reduce the budgets down to zero so that we're just keeping the city operating and we're not putting savings and paying down debt, et cetera, is kind of what we were looking to have those conversations about. But right now we're in a good position and we're being conservative, that we're still charging, it's less money to taxpayers, but we're still charging the same budget. We're just going to put the savings that we achieved last year, we're going to take that same number and we're going to take that off of the current budget and put that in a savings account. And then when administrations, if they determine they need to access some of those funds, they have to come to council. And they have to ask council if they can access some of those funds. And then council would then be agreed to do that, which the point of that is to make it extremely transparent for the residents and for council so that they can really start to understand what the real budget is and what our base budget is. Determining our base budget is one of the hardest things you can do because you're trying to not get people to over budget, bank money so they have it next year, all this kind of stuff, because we always want to improve and add services and amenities throughout the city, but you want to do it on a planned basis. And when all your departments and divisions are working efficiently, that can be very powerful. And so that's something that we're moving towards. So that's a great question, Councillor Dean. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I believe, too, we usually get quarterly updates from our finance team. So seeing as how June is right around the corner, because I feel like when we're talking about 2023, my brain says we're in February, crazy? But we're actually in June this week. I'm wondering if maybe we could get kind of where we're sitting in regards to that 6.2 for 2023, because we will be halfway through the year. And so maybe just be able to also see some projections about some expected things over the next 6 months, because I think that will also maybe demonstrate kind of where we're sitting halfway through the year.
Yeah, and it is important as we get our actuals from 2022, that really helps our teams and our city directors identify where are the new bases for the real numbers that we needed to move forward with. Because you're always building your budget based on, again, what they did last year, but it's really your actuals that really help you determine, really where the base is, and then on top of that, whatever new initiatives you're trying to bring forward. But as Councillor Dean mentioned, yes, we will be having the quarterly update coming in soon. So this is going to be, in my opinion, a fun topic to talk about and identify how we're saving and what we're achieving and what we're targeting. Along with, of course, the flip side of that is what new projects are we bringing forward and reaching those goals that our residents are excited about, like our new pool, for example. Mm-hmm. And these things are coming, but it's important for us to get our house in order first. And so we feel that we're very close to doing that, albeit there still is changes that we're trying to make, but we feel we're very close to hitting that target. Councillor Hanley?
For clarity too, for other people, for the sake of transparency, if you, an alternate way of looking at this, if you look at 2022, the revenue from other sources is 33.4 million and 19 million in residential taxes. The two of them added up is $52.4 million. Now, when you get into 2023, the revenues from other sources is now 35.5, and the residential tax requirement is 16.9. You add those two up, you're still at 52.4, the same number year over year. What you have is a shift away from residential taxes to revenue from other sources.
Which again is our entire goal. And the more we bring in commercial tax base, the significant approach that has an effect that'll have on, of course, initially recreation amenities that we all want to add, but that'll eventually have effect directly on the tax base for residential. Hopefully very soon, we're going to release some exciting information on some commercial that is being accomplished in the city. And we're going to see these numbers start to change significantly, which is very rare for Chestermere. So Chestermere is definitely poised for advancement. Councillor Fote?
Through the mayor and to the rest of the council and to the residents, I would like to make known that we totally appreciate the staff and all they have done, how they've just dug in and helped out the way they have. And yes, we've made significant savings there, but anything that have planned to do, we have not changed our services within the city. We're still plowing the snow. We're still picking up the garbage. We're still paving the sidewalks or the streets and stuff like that. We're still going ahead with that sort of stuff, but we're still have been able to bank that $6 million, and I think that's an awesome thing. Thank you.
Callan, do you have a motion that in relation to our mill rate? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, if I may, just before that, I'm wondering if we could, and I don't know if we need a motion for this, so I'd be looking to our city directors or ledge services for some direction. There were a couple of other concerns that were brought forward in regards to budget, about some things that weren't budgeted, staffing, those sorts of things. I wonder if we could just have administration work with Mr. Legore just to address some of those other concerns that he may have had, just to ensure that just to have that completed. So I don't know if we need a motion for that or what would need to happen from there.
Yeah, I don't believe so, because part of the reason is that yes, we've achieved savings, which people have mentioned that could be concerning. That can we maintain that level of efficiency, if you will? That's one of the main reasons that we decided to keep and continue to charge the full budget, the $6.2 million plus the $46 million, is because we want to make sure, we have to be prudent. We don't get to come back and ask halfway through the year again if we made a mistake. So we want to be prudent that as Councillor Dean has brought up, if additional staff are needed as we're growing, can they come back and they can ask us to access those funds? And yes, they can. The flip side of that, okay, is that at some point when a city grows, when is there ever efficiencies? When is there ever economies of scale? So as we're growing, we want to keep pushing those concepts as to how do we ensure that we're getting economies of scale? For example, having split shifts. Now that's not necessarily for office staff, more for Cam's department, where they're using the equipment more efficiently. So they're making 2 shifts on that piece of equipment, and they're able to, cut grass in the morning and cut grass into the evening. And we're becoming more efficient in the way we run our operations. And so it is an ongoing process, and that we definitely commit to working with our departments and our department heads, and of course our accountants and council, to making sure we determine and figure out the best way to hit our base tax level, and then with growth, slowly determining how you're going to make changes. But remember, with growth and with commercial growth, we will get additional tax dollars. And so we will have that ability to bring in more dollars into the equation. So we want to try and manage that as effectively as possible. And so it is a process, though. Councillor Funk?
Did we still need Kyle to finish his presentation? Or yeah, he never started the presentation.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, that is true. Yeah, you're in the middle of, you were going to begin that, I think. Yeah, that's
Yes.
correct. Good call. Which is on page 161 to 166. Is our tax mill rate bylaw. Page 161. Morning, Kyle.
Morning again. So the tax rate bylaw here in front of everybody, it has all of the taxable assessments that were done by the assessor based on the 2022 assessment roll that you can see there with all the values. If we go forward to Schedule A, that has all the individual rates for what we would be charging or putting forward. So as you can see here, we did base it all off of council directed that 3.60916 for the residential vacant and the farmland. The other ones you can also see there for their respective classes as well. We also have the Schedule B. That's for the lands that we would have annexed. This will be the last year, I believe, for this component. So we'll have the residential rate for those lands at the 2.4918, as well as the farmland and the non-residential tax rates also highlighted in yellow as well. And then the last part of the bylaw component would be for the provincial education taxes. So though we also have rates for them, the 2.187, as well as the non-residential of the 3, and that allows us to recover what we need to be on the next page for the education tax as well. And then we have the prescribed rate for the designated industrial property. And then I'd like to request that council do all 3 readings today, just so we can get everything out as needed, so we can collect the appropriate taxes for the city this year.
Oh, thank you, Kyle. Council, is there any questions in regards to Kyle's presentation? If I can get the motion read on the floor. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 013-23, being the tax mill rate bylaw for 2023.
Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Second motion, Councillor Funk.
Motion that council give second reading to bylaw 013-23, being the tax mill rate bylaw for 2023.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council give consideration for third reading to bylaw 013-23, being the tax mill rate bylaw for 2023.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council give third and final reading to bylaw 013-23, being the tax mill rate bylaw for 2023.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Foat?
What comment in Kyle's presentation here, he made a comment about the school tax. That we don't set that. That is not what council sets. That's set by the provincial government, and I hope the public will realize that. All right. Thank you.
Very true. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our next item is the number 3, which is our bylaw 018-14, amending the animal control bylaw, which is on pages 167 to 187. Sorry, being presented today by Cameron Wong. Oh, maybe it's being presented by Trevor. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So, as I begin, a few weeks ago, I presented Council with an update of what other municipalities in our region were doing regarding alternative pets or animals. Regarding some of the things included the backyard chicken program and what people are using as pets that not normally people would have. So together with administration and ledge services, this is a bit of a collaborative effort. We put forward for first reading some changes to the animal control bylaw that encompass these changes. Some of these include updated definitions and basically defining what something like a residential poultry pet would entail on those lines. In addition, it would also includes animal care requirements that are normally required under the Act, but again, we include those in the bylaw. There'll be some added discussion as we move forward. Again, it gives the council an idea of which way we're going with this. And again, we'll have to work some enforcement avenues in as the bylaw develops. But it's a good start, and it provides you guys with some idea of what we're looking at. And if there's any questions regarding it, the process at this point, I may draw on Kate as the chicken expert if it is pertaining to that. So again, as reiterated, I'm not a chicken expert, so bear with me. So if council has any questions regarding the first reading, this is what we're going to request today on this bylaw as we move forward and hopefully improve upon it in second and third. So
this appears to be the simpler of the choices. So we're moving forward with poultry.
Yes.
And not into potbelly pigs and that kind of stuff.
No, there will have to be some further discussion as we move forward. I know roosters was included in this. This will be a decision for council as roosters, depending on where you're living, may be problematic.
Yep.
But again, that's a discussion as we move forward.
And so just to point out, this allows a maximum of 6
It does.
animals, poultry pet animals, which are typically your chickens and ducks. And so this is the new step for Chestermere, so that's exciting. At the same time, we want to respect the existing residents, other residents that are unsure of this. They do have the standard bylaws that they adhere to for chicken coop sizes and that kind of stuff for accessory buildings.
Going to be requirements both for animal care, and we'll put some in the bylaw. The bylaw as it stands right now is if we're talking noise or odor from a property, that would have to be adjusted obviously because it just includes dogs at this point. It would have to entail other animals. So again, minor changes in the bylaw would have to be required, but again, it gives council a good idea of the direction we're going with this right now.
Okay. And are you looking for first reading today?
I am looking for first reading only.
Okay.
And we can bring this back as we develop it further and discuss with our stakeholders and administration what needs to take place next.
Okay. Council, are there any other questions for Trevor? Okay, is there a motion that you'd like us to present? If I can get a counselor to read that motion in, Counselor Hanley?
I just puts it on the table. Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 012-23, being the animal control amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I know Councillor Dean is eyeing this pretty excitedly.
So Council handling these goats.
Yeah. Thank you. We're moving along here. It's 11:12, and we have our in-camera session. Travis, do we know who's presenting the annexation portion of that? Are they here right now?
Hi, Mayor. It'll be Liz, and I'm just checking. She is here in the building. I'll just try to call her down here now.
We could break for an early lunch if that would be easier. I assume she was thinking this afternoon. I think we were. Yeah. Well, why don't we break for an early lunch and come back at 1 though, so we're not too late. And we'll start, for those of you in the crowd, that'll start our in-camera session. How long will the in-camera session take? I would say I would think that we'd be able to come out at approximately 2 o'clock, 2:15 would be the time to pop back if you'd like to see that. All right, thank you. If I could, or I'll just indicate that we're going to be on recess for lunch, and we'll be coming back at 1 o'clock for our in-camera session, which we expect to end sometime between around 2:15. All right, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming back from lunch. We're just going to go into in camera. If I could get a counselor to read the motion that's on the table, on the screen. Counselor Foat?
I make the motion that move it to closed session at 1 p.m. to discuss the following. As per FOIP, Section 21, annexation. As per FOIP, Section 29, auditor appointment. And number 3, as FOIP section under 29, strategic plan review.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Callum? Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. If I can get a motion for council to move out of closed session. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we move out of closed session at this time.
3:04 p.m. Okay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. So coming out of in camera, we have a few bits of business to focus on. Our first order of business is a motion in relation to our annexation. If I can get a councillor to read the motion into the record, Councillor Dean.
Yeah, so annexation rationale and vision. Motion that council supports the following rationale and vision for the annexation. The annexation will provide the opportunity for the city of Chestermere to grow in its ability to be a full and wholesome community with expanded recreation and residential opportunities and future commercial and industrial uses in appropriate locations. Lands being considered for annexation will align with the 2022 to 2025 Chestermere strategic plan and will ensure that all existing and future developments are safe, well-connected, and serviced in an economic, efficient, and sustainable manner.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we have another motion on that topic. Councillor Dean?
Motion that council direct city director of community growth and infrastructure and administration to release the request for proposal based on the rationale and vision for annexation.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, as moving on to our next order of business, which is in relation to our auditor appointment. If you have the on screen, Councillor Watt.
Motion that council appoint Gregory Harriman and Associates LLP to be the city auditor and allow the city director of corporate services to sign the contract for the duration of 2022 to 2026.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to our next item, which is in relation to our strategic review, strategic plan review. We have received our public input, and we're excited to announce that the strategic plan will be released in the next couple of weeks. So that's going to be something that we're looking forward to, and we're going to be using that document in a variety of our applications. So it's going to be put to good use. So with that, our next item on the agenda is we have one item on the agenda, item J, which is reports for information, which is a CUF recommendations review. I did receive an update here that our presenter, being presented by MJM Legal, he was pulled away for today, so he's going to come back next week, next Tuesday, for that presentation. So I'll be recommending that we move that to and table it. So if I put a motion on the floor to table the CUF recommendations review till the following week. What date is that? I don't have that, sorry.
June 6th.
To June 6th, council meeting. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now with that moves us to the end of our council meeting today. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. As a point of order for myself, I'd like to get direction through the city directors through to Ledge Services on a process for a motion to reconsider on an earlier motion that we had today in a vote that was made. I was just wondering if we could seek some advice on the process for a recommendation to reconsider on a vote.
I do have that.
Yeah, it's in the...
So our procedure bylaw, section 18.1.8, members are only permitted to change their vote on a motion if the request is made by the member at the same meeting that the vote was held, and if all members present unanimously agree to the change.
So sorry, you mentioned that it was section 18.
18.1.8.
Now, is there, this section is in relation to a member permitted to change the vote on a motion. Is there an opportunity to reconsider a motion entirely? Or just, I thought there was. So, Councillor Dean, which one are we looking at?
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I would like to change my vote on the earlier motion that was made in regards to the motorcycles use. Based on some information and consideration and thought, I would actually like to change my vote to be in support of that particular initiative and understand that I need council's support now. That's why conversation with Ledge Services. I need council's support saying, yes, we'll allow you to do that. And then it would that's why I'm asking about process, whether we need to restate the motion. But basic what I'm looking for from council is I am asking for your support for my ability to change my vote on that particular motion.
Okay, so that section is correct then, Kate. Thank you for that. 18.1.8, which allows members to change their vote on a motion if the request is made by the member of the same meeting that the vote was held, and if all members present unanimously agree to the change. So, Kate, is the proper way to proceed with that for the statement that's already been made, or is there a certain way you'd require us to do that?
Just a motion to unanimously agree to the change.
So, okay, all right. If I can put forward a motion for council to unanimously agree to allow the change of vote. Do I want to reference the vote number? For clarity?
I think we need to draft.
Yeah, maybe, might be better if I get you to draft it. Councillor Dean?
Should I make that motion? So I will motion, I'd like to make a motion that I would like to change my vote on motion number that they're gonna, right?
Sure, that would be good, yep.
And then you guys can decide if I can change it or not.
Careful with the motion number. If they're disallowed, then the motion numbers change in the course of the meeting. So you might want to reference agenda item G2, which was peace officer motorcycle patrol.
Are we good to go? So. Thank you. All right, Councillor Dean, if you could proceed with the motion.
Yes, first of all, thank you, Council, for your indulgence with this matter. I'd like to make a motion that Councillor Dean change his vote, or my vote, change his vote with regards to item G2, being the Peace Officer Motorcycle Patrol, from opposed to in favor.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. All right, with that, if I can get a motion to adjourn. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we adjourn at this time.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried.
We don't do
No comments or questions on adjournment?